Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May Ordinary Council meeting. I'd like to welcome the councillors, senior staff and those in the gallery and also those listening online. Because we have an agenda which is 974 pages, I thought that sometimes we don't do standing orders because we've got plenty of time, but today I think, and I've spoken to CEO Mark, we'll have one speaker for, one speaker against, and just the speaker who moved the motion has the right of reply. The only change will be if you want to ask questions, then you can speak twice, but just because it's a big agenda. So welcome everyone, and we have no leave of absence or apologies. So I now ask Pastor Paul Klein-Millman to come forward and offer prayers for our council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. My name is Pastor Paul Klein-Millman. I'm the new pastor of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Kingaroy, Mergen, Nanango, Blackbutt. My family and I moved here in January, and it's a lovely area. We just love it here. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity and invitation to pray on behalf of the Christian churches in the South Burnett region. It's a privilege and an honour. Please join me in bowing your heads as we pray. Gracious and almighty God, we thank you for the privilege of living and working in this beautiful region of the South Burnett. You are the creator of all things and the sustainer of every community. Today we acknowledge our need of your guidance and blessing as we gather in the work of civic leadership. We pray for those who serve on this council. Grant them wisdom beyond their own, clarity in the face of complexity, and courage to lead with compassion and integrity. May their conversations be respectful, their decisions fair, and their motives honourable. Help them to carry out their responsibilities, not for personal gain or pride, but for the good of the people they represent. We ask for your hand of blessing on the South Burnett, on our farms, that they may yield in season and sustaining families and feeding others. On our businesses, both small and large, they may prosper with integrity and provide meaningful work. On our schools, that they may be places of learning, safety, and inspiration for the next generation. On our health services, that strength and compassion would flow through the hands of those who care for the sick and vulnerable. Bless our roads, that they may be safe and well kept. Our homes, that they may be filled with peace and purpose. And bless our communities, from town centres to country roads, with unity, kindness, and shared resilience. May the South Burnett be a place where families flourish, where neighbours care deeply for one another, where loneliness gives way to belonging, and where hope runs deep, not because life is always easy, but because your presence is here among us. Lord Jesus, you said that whoever wants to be great must be servant of all. May we follow in that spirit of servanthood today, seeking not to be first, but to be faithful. Bless this meeting, guide every word spoken, every decision made, and every heart present. We ask all this in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Paul, for those beautiful words. Very, very relevant. So thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Linda Little to recognise our traditional owners.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. I'd like to acknowledge the country and land where we meet today, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge our elders, both past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Little. So we'll move on to declaration of interest. So I believe that we've got some declarations. So Councillor Deb Deneen.
I, Councillor Deb Deneen, inform this meeting that I have declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 16.12 EBA Update 6. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a related party, a close associate, being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Deputy Mayor Jane Erkins.
Thank you. I, Councillor Jane Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.12 EBA Update 6. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.12 EBA Update 6. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from this place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So item 6.1 is a deputation, James Hubbard, regarding the Mergen Dog Park. And there's no one here or if James is not here. Item 6.2 is a deputation from Deborah Ross regarding the Mergen Free Camp. Deborah, would you like to come up? So you have from 5 to 15 minutes to address the council, and just let you know that there can be no questions asked or anyone. It's just a straight presentation, and no one from the gallery or councillors can't ask questions. So that's just the rules. So thank you, and you're free to address the council. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Deborah Ross. I reside at 7 Krebs Street, Mergen, and my conflict is the park behind me because there is no law, no rules, and I've had enough. Had another weekend of the junkie, the drugs, and the drunks. And I've called the police on previous occasions and I've been told I'm a serial reporter, so they won't listen to me, so I disregard ringing them now. And how long are they allowed to stay? There's water. You know, there's no rules at my park, behind my place, and I'd like someone to start to regulate what happens in the park. There's no homeless there, only the lady junkie, and has family in Mergen, but because she won't stay off the drugs, she's living in a tent. And Friday night was a nightmare, and so was Sunday. And I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. I own my own house, and I play by the rules, and I have asked before, and I was bullied when I asked some people to stop lighting their fires in the park because of total fire ban. I'm at a loss. So anything the council can do would be great. They found people in the park, I know them. A lot of them have stayed there for a long time and they're okay, but it's just the drifters and druggies that turn up in the park, and it's not pleasant for the people anywhere.
Thank you, Deborah, for the address. Is that, do you want?
I also have sent Heath, our councillor, a letter I've given, and also photos of what happens in the park.
So thank you. Did you want to give them to CO Mark, and then we can, because we will address this at a later date. It'll be a report will go to council, and that will come back as a recommendation from the officers.
When will the council put rules in the park? That's a big question, because everyone just does. Weekends are free because there's no one around to control what happens on weekends. And I stay in my house a lot of the time. I like being outside, but I get scared. So I'd like someone to fix it and put rules in place.
Thank you for letting us know your concerns. We appreciate
As I said, Heath has some photos of the fires, them washing their vans and whatever else happens.
Yeah, Councillor Sander has sent them through. So thank you.
Thank
you. So the process is that matter that has been raised by Deborah Ross will be addressed. The council staff will look at that and a report will come back to council. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 7.1, which is the minutes of the council meeting held on the 16th of April 2025 on page 7. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 16th of April 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any questions? Councillor Erkins.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. So no questions? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 7.2, minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 27th of February 2025 on page 30. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 27th of February 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Hoyt, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 8.1, which is a notice of motion, water meter at Mergen 48-hour campground on page 38. So I'll call on Councillor Sander to move that notice of motion.
So I, Councillor Heath Sander, give notice that the South Burnett Regional Council disconnects the water meter connected to the caravan park sites at the Mergen 48-hour campground.
So would someone like to second that? Councillor Potter. Yes, Councillor Sander, you have the right to address the council on that particular motion.
So with it, there's in the Mergen 48-hour free camp, there's 2 meters there. One is connected to the toilet and shower block, and it has a communal tap on the back that people can use. There is also a second meter, water meter, that's connected, and it feeds all the sites around the park. So there's taps throughout the park. There's been a huge increase. We did an audit on the water meter, the volume and the usage in there, and it's escalated. It's actually tripled or quadrupled in the last year. So there's, and there's no other free camp in the region that has water connected to each site for use. So as a councillor, we're looking at trying to make savings across the region, and I believe that ratepayers shouldn't be funding water for the free camp within the park.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any speakers? So, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think to turn water off at a free camp that houses many people who are disadvantaged, as a real estate agent, I know there are no rentals for people. There are many people who are now homeless. They are staying in their cars. They're parking outside the BP garage in Nanango. They're hiding. They park in the cemeteries because they're embarrassed about where they're staying. I believe that somewhere like the free park that we have in Nanango is a great spot for someone to park. However, there is no shower there. They've then got to go from there to the public shower in town. They have no water. They've got to go and collect their water to make a cup of tea, to wash their face in the morning. The Mergen area is an ideal place for people that are homeless. The issue, in my opinion, is not the people that are homeless. Really, we are at fault because we are not down there enforcing some type of rules. The cost of the water down there actually works out at $5.20 a day. Personally, I don't believe that $5.20 a day is a big expense for a community to allow people some dignity and to have water connected so they can get out and they can, as I said, wash their face in the morning, clean their teeth, do a little bit of dishes. If you think that people living in tents at our free camps If you think that they enjoy doing that and they like being there, I can assure you they don't. We're just coming into winter. Imagine what it's going to be like for those people in winter. If we can give them somewhere that is a little more permanent, which is the Mergen Park, is set up for a little more permanency, and to then say that we're going to take away something that is costing ratepayers $5.20, not even the cost of a cup of coffee, and, you know, we're going to turn that off. As I said, I believe the issue is not the people that are there. It's not the fact that they've got water and it's costing us $5.20 a day. It's the fact that we are not setting rules. As a real estate agent and someone who's rented to tenants for over 40 years, I can tell you that all tenants need to have rules and they need to be enforced. If someone is not complying with the rules, move them on. People need to learn that, and they will learn that. But, you know, I definitely do not support turning off the water to people who are really struggling. They're not there because they want to be there. It's not a holiday resort, and I definitely cannot support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you. I just, before I just want some verification through you, Madam Mayor, to GM. With regards to, I just want some verification. Are there any other free stay areas in the South Burnett that have water connected to each particular campsite?
Through the Mayor, so my understanding is that there's, this is the only free camp which has a loop system with designated taps for fans to connect to. A lot of the other parks, and we'd have to do further confirmation, but they do have water in them. So like there's a tap into like Tipperary Flat and those things. I think there's a tap near the fire pit and those sort of things. So there'll be communal tap, albeit such as the toilet blocks and those sort of things. Normally you'll find a tap on them. Some of them may be vandal proof, some of them may not. I'd have to have a look at each of them, but my understanding is that most parks will have taps in them of some sort, particularly near the toilets. Whether or not people can access them or not, we'd have to check case-by-case basis. But in this case, I believe that this is a number of connections from the leftover caravan park, and that there's an actual water line that runs in a loop system for people to connect to. Happy to be corrected by anybody if that's incorrect, but that's my understanding.
Thank you very much. Sort of as a follow-on to that one, is it true that it's, I think the figure we got through was $6,000 a year for the water rates for the area? Through you, Madam Mayor, to...
I got that figure from, through you, Madam Mayor, I actually got the figure from Leanne, I've got it here, and it was $1,900 per annum to the water access in the caravan park area. There's an additional one for the toilets themselves, but this is the one that we're talking about cutting off, $1,600, which, as I said, is $5 a day. That came from Leanne yesterday afternoon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Sen, did you have an answer to the question, or did you?
I do. You just give me 1 second, Mayor.
I guess, yeah, there needs to be clarification, because there is a difference between, well, so there's a fee also, there's a fee for access and there's a fee for usage.
So, Madam Mayor, I would like all of those figures, please, before a decision is made finally on this particular issue. Plus, I think there are other issues that need to be discussed as well with relation to this park. So, I would actually prefer to lay this one on the table until we've had a further discussion on it.
So, Councillor Potter has moved a procedural motion, is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, someone to second that? Councillor Height. So with the procedural motion, just so everyone knows, there's no debate. So I have to. It's my job to put it to the chamber. So I'll ask for those in favour. All those against. So carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll wait to get a report back on that particular item to get that clarification on the actual cost of the water.
So the Mayor, the question is cost of water access and usage?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're moving on to Councillor Divisional updates. So the first one is myself. So good morning, everyone. This week is National Volunteers Week, and today is Wear Orange Wednesday to honour and recognise our state emergency services. So thank you to all of the councillors and the senior staff for wearing orange today. Volunteers are the backbone of a community and are the glue that keeps our community strong. We have volunteers in our visitor information centres, art galleries and in our museums. They are very much the face of our region, and the visitor experience can hinge on the interaction they have with one of our volunteers. We have volunteers looking after many of Council's assets, including sporting fields, showgrounds and community halls. Every weekend there is something to do, and you can be sure that a volunteer community group will be involved, organising community events such as festivals, races, concerts, plays, camp drafts, tennis, footy, cricket, soccer, bowls, golf, music musters, shows, running festivals, and way too many to continue to name. I am proud of our councillors who volunteer. Councillor Linda with her work with the Blackbutt Banarkan Lions, Councillor Heath with the Mergen Rotary Club, Councillor Height with the Wando Running Festival and Park Run, Deputy Mayor Jane supporting the Nango Park Run and numerous community groups. Councillor Danita is involved in many groups, but particularly special is her work with the Suicide Prevention Working Group. Our very own CEO Mark volunteers with the Rotary Satellite Club of Kingaroy. Councillor Deb Deneen only last week volunteered at the successful Nanango races. CEO Mark with the Rotary Satellite Club of Kingaroy is organising the training awards this Saturday in the Mergen Town Hall. Recently in the floods we had numerous volunteers helping with sandbagging, tree clearing in yards and moving furniture for flooded houses. The SES, who we honour especially today, work around the clock in disasters, sometimes out late at night providing sandbags, tarping houses and helping with swift water rescues. The rural fire brigades volunteer to keep our houses and our properties safe. The recent breakfast launch for Relay for Life was another great fundraiser, and the work that Rowena, Carl and the team do for the fight against cancer is second to none. Our CWAs across the region have recently celebrated their 100th birthdays. The Men's Shed, the work they do with mental health, are all volunteers. During National Volunteer Week, I honour and dedicate this presentation entirely to all of our volunteers and thank you all sincerely for what you do. I would like to end this presentation with one of my favourite sayings. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Thank you and hats off to all of our wonderful volunteers. So now I'll call on Deputy Mayor Jane to give a presentation on Division 1 happenings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think Madam Mayor has covered off really on most of the volunteering that's done by our councillors, and I think it's really great that we work with such a group who are so community minded. The thing about it is that we are always out advocating for our community. I recently attended a meeting where there was some talk, and one of the things that was said to me that someone had noticed our councillors interacting with one another, and they said it was just so great to see that it was obvious that there was a lot of respect amongst us, but also a lot of laughing and joking. So they thought that that was always a good sign that a council were working together and liked and respected one another. Not to let people think that in here there is no debate, because there is lots of debate at different times, especially at some of our workshops with different opinions. But I think what the good thing about it is we do respect one another's opinions, and at the end of the day, the majority rules, and we do support one another on that. Just a little bit, but I suppose, about Nanango, and someone better give me that when the time's up. It's really great to see that we have organised the parking for the takeaway place at Shorty's in Nanango. It's long been an issue that people were parking in front of a business, and it was really impacting on his business. So now there is 30-minute parking in front of Shorty's. You will soon see some of that parking restrictions in town to allow people to duck in, pick up what they want and go, and hopefully we can encourage more business people and people that are going to be there for longer to use the council car parks. I was really proud of my community because the Mayor's breakfast that was raising funds for our Relay for Life team, and anyone who hasn't got into a Relay for Life team, please join up. It's a great cause. But our breakfast in Nanango raised over $4,000, which I might add is, I've heard on the grapevine, nearly double what they made in Kingaroy last year. So, not that anyone should think that I'm parochial or for Nanango, but also the community meetings. I know that in Kingaroy they were just under what we had in Nanango, but I also had to remind them that there were 2 divisions in Kingaroy's community meeting and only 1 division in Nanango. So Nanango community really supported the community meeting, which was great. And I think going around all those community meetings, there was some great feedback. It was obvious that the community were appreciative of what we're doing, and there was just the odd meeting that we had, maybe somebody that wanted to labour on the fact that they had issues, but a lot of them, it was great to see our council staff saying, well, I'm sorry, that's not a council issue. Oh, no, that's not a council issue. I'm sorry, that's not a council issue. So it was really great to see that and see that councillors are taking issues back to staff and having things rectified. And I really appreciate the feedback that comes from my community because it enables us to get things done. Again, I just want to close on the fact that on the volunteers, I'd really like to thank council volunteers as well, because I know that Ringsfield House, we had a fabulous Mother's Day high tea, and that was really it was a brainstorm of Rebecca Baton from council, and her sister and her nephew worked extremely hard in the kitchen to put that on, and it was a great fundraising effort for Ringsfield House, which is really one of our whole regions. It's the pride of the whole region, and it's just fabulous to see it being used. And I really appreciate the support from council staff who volunteer their time there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. So I'll now call on Councillor Linda Little from Division 2 to present the happenings in her division.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. Good morning, everybody. So, wow, it's been a very busy month with our normal workload of workshops, meetings and community events to attend. I've really enjoyed travelling around the South Burnett, presenting our draft corporate plan and the community plans to everyone for their feedback. These community sessions were very well supported by residents, and some truly great ideas for local improvements have been noted. I am looking forward to presenting these community plans back to our residents for review and final feedback. While it has been very busy this past month, it was great to catch up with the Blackbuck District Tourage and Heritage Association for their general meeting and present the cheque on behalf of South Burnett Regional Council from the Community Grants Fund. The BDTHA are raising money to enable them to create a timber museum in Blackbuck. They are hosting a sportsman's lunch on the 18th of July with a great lineup of guest speakers. I do know one that has been confirmed, but more details to follow. It will be a very great luncheon to be held at Blackbutt, and we're hoping to raise a lot of money. So if there's any business people out there who would like to donate something special to be auctioned off to help with these fundraising efforts, please get in touch with me and I will happily pass it on to them for you. It was also a real pleasure to visit the Bunya Mountains and present the Bunya Mountains Community Organisation with their Community Grants Fund check. This sponsorship from South Burnett Regional Council will enable the group to print more dingo safe and managing fungi information brochures. These are really important brochures and information sheets for the community on how to keep dingoes safe and how to make sure you're cleaning your feet at each entrance to the parks and making sure that that fungi is not being spread throughout our beautiful Bunya Mountains. Last Saturday, the best agricultural show in the South Burnett happened in Blackbutt. We were a little concerned with the weather to start with, but it turned out to be the most glorious day. It was really well attended and there was lots of fun to be had. And culminated in the most beautiful fireworks display. A huge congratulations go to Trevor Holt and his band of merry volunteers for putting on a very fabulous day. With it being National Volunteers Week, I can't not mention all the wonderful volunteers within our region, and especially in Division 2. We have some fabulous, hard-working community groups out there who do wonderful things for their towns, and thank you for everything that you do. I'd just like to finish by complimenting our Parks and Gardens staff for the work they did in getting Blackbutt and the whole Division 2 area looking its very best for our visitors and locals alike. Thank you. Your hard work does not go unnoticed and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I'll now call on Councillor Danita Potter to give the Division 3 update.
I can probably do this without my glasses. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Pastor Paul, but I think he's ducked out. But look, I have to admit, Pastor Paul, the first time I met him, he literally just put his feet down in Kingaroy, and I asked him kindly to open the Australia Day event this year with a prayer that we had at the Scout Den. And so it was the first event that Pastor Paul attended for the South Burnett, so I do appreciate that. Regarding best shows, I'm sorry, but Kingaroy has had theirs in recent times. Good try, though. Good try. But since the last meeting, we've had Easter, we've had Anzac Day, and that, along with all the services we attended as councillors right around the South Burnett for Anzac Day. We've had the Wandai Garden Expo, which is where the beloved councillor for Mergen tried to cut my scarf in half for the opening. I got it back from him just in time. But the Orchid Show, where the Mayor, Kathy, tasked me with picking the pinkest orchid, it still may or may not have had a bit of yellow on it, just saying. So thank you for that. I've also, in the last month, I attended the Toowoomba Tiny Homes Expo to look at the different possibilities within the South Burnett that we could use. There's different regarding the tiny homes, the power sources, and even down to the toilets, so which was very, very eye-opening. So I look forward to bringing some of that information forward to our councillors. Also want to congratulate the Lutheran ladies for doing an amazing women's event on the weekend, which saw people from many different places converging on Kingaroy, which was wonderful. And congratulations to the Dibinga Lions Club for their new chip cooker, which will help them for future events and supporting our community. These were both help funded by the South Burnett community grants. So congratulations to both of those. We've all attended all the depot and office catch-ups with the staff, which have been fantastic. And having those discussions with the staff about the community plans and the corporate plan was wonderful. And also the many community meetings around the South Burnett to discuss these as well, and the corporate plans being put through today's meeting. So it's going to be quite interesting. And if anyone has any more things that they would like to add to the community plan, please let us know. So contact your local councillor and let them know what you'd like added to your community's plan. It's very important that we speak up now because this is the plan for our future. We've had budget discussions which have been extremely lively, I must say. And personally, I've had meetings with the Edmund Rice Centre, government departments and non-government agencies regarding the schooling and Edmund Rice School for our area. We are in very early stages of these discussions, but we have to start somewhere for our youth. Also, I was able to attend the Thriving Kids Roadshow in Brisbane, and the South Burnett Partnerships for Kids is now working with the PHN. So with all the information, especially regarding the kindies and playgroups in the South Burnett area, please send that information through. So if you've got kindies and playgroups in your area, please send me that information so I can collate it onto a spreadsheet. And the Mayor's Breakfast has already been mentioned, raising over $4,000. I want to say again, thank you to Sammy, one of Jane's friends, for helping organise the raffle prizes, which raised quite a bit of money just alone in the raffle prizes. And also a huge thank you to the RSL in Nanango for putting on such a wonderful breakfast and being so supportive. Whatever we asked for, they just did. So it was wonderful. I had discussions with the Waibay Burnett Regional Arts Services Network to discuss Regional Arts Development Fund grants and applications from the Arts Queensland. We've had meetings with Life Flight. I've had meetings with Dinner Under the Stars and the Kingaroy Men's Shed, and also with some of the Life Flight crew as an ambassador for Life Flight, which I'm very grateful for. Lastly, Jane and I are part of the local government Domestic and Family Violence Forum Working Group, which for our upcoming conference in July, we also attend our regular local government Domestic and Family Violence group as well, with the Premier's office. Locally, a few of us attended the Domestic and Family Violence Walk yesterday, organised by South Burnett CTC, which was very successful, and I do look forward to next year's. So congratulations to the domestic violence team at CTC, Jackie and your crew. You're amazing, and thank you. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, for the Division 3 update. I'll call on Councillor Deb Dineen for Division 4 update.
Good morning, everybody. Volunteers have held a very special place in my heart, being involved in Pony Club, the equestrian group and various other horse things for a very long time. Haven't we, Jane? And working for a very large charity for 15 years as well, and that was completely owing to the beautiful volunteers that were involved in that charity, and they just make a huge difference. Our weekend at Wandai, Councillor Height and I are both on that committee and have been for many years now. It was fantastic, and we've just got the key volunteers that help as well. Everybody has a different way of volunteering. Some of them are boots in, all the time, like our secretary, Jason Wyeth, who is fantastic. Others, the weekend in Wandai, they come and volunteer for half a day, the weekend. You know, volunteering is something that needs to be flexible and suit the people who want to volunteer, because as many people want to volunteer. It's very challenging when you're younger, when you've got children, when you've got jobs, when you've got all of those things. But if we make it easier for people to volunteer, then you just get more. And I really believe personally asking people to volunteer is a great way. We often say we can't get volunteers, but tap people on the shoulder, say, have you got a spare 3 hours a month? Can you come and do this role? Can you just be there for that? And they so often do. It's surprising. So we've got great committees here. Our Bowie Hall committee, they're fantastic. Looking forward to the next dance out there. Hoping to partner with Stanwell because they've been great supporters of volunteers in our region for their much needed guttering on their hall. The Kingaroy Stedford, the time that we can't get parks here, when the Kingaroy Stedford's on, because there's so many people here and so many young people, and that's run by volunteers. I know from one of my family members who's involved in emergency services, the rural fireys are just outstanding. They apparently are quicker than some of the services at getting to any disaster because they straight away, they're businesses that support those employees to be in those emergency services like the rural fireys. We say thank you to them as well. Because they make such a difference to our people when things are right, when things are wrong. You know, they're the people we look to, and they're volunteers, the majority of them. We're so grateful to them. Volunteers like Anzac Day, wasn't that a joy? You know, we're so privileged. A lot of our cyclists from that weekend in Wando went to the Anzac ceremony in Wando, the street parade. They couldn't believe that we have bands and we have all of the things that they think are just in Brisbane and Sydney and that they see on TV, and our small communities have those sort of things, and they're volunteers. So we're so grateful to them, and to all of our councillors who I know volunteer in very many things, and the majority of our staff who are there as well. Thank you again, and thank you to our Parks and Gardens staff, because I think I've got to mow at the house again. Like, you know, it's just rained and rained. It's so beautiful. I'm so grateful for the rain and so grateful for all our staff that just keep stepping up to keep things going beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Call on Councillor Sander for a Division 5 update.
Good morning, everybody. Well, the last month, if it's shown me anything, it shows that we get around the region. I've probably attended more meetings across the different areas and different divisions in the last month than what I have any meetings in probably a year. So meeting everybody across the region and listening to their ideas for their each town and village community plan, and also our corporate plan, which guides everything that we do within council. So in the last month, we've been to Boondoomer Homestead for Spirit of the Bush. We've had, which was really good to see, a huge attendance out there at that as well. We've had heaps of other events across the region. We've had the DV round of footy in Mergen. We've had just a huge array with the Anzac Day events starting early. It made me think that I was back in the machine starting before the sun come up. So it was, it's been good to get around. We've had a lot of things repaired. I've noticed in the last probably 2 or 3 weeks, there's been a lot of roadworks and stuff getting done in Division 5 with the completion of the footpath in Mergen, which was funded by the Works for Queensland funding. We've also had I pointed out yesterday, in 2001, I can remember patching a pothole beside a washout in Cobb Street South, and the customer, the resident came out and was complaining about it, and I'm pleased to say that Wednesday last week that was rectified. So 24 years in the making. It just goes to show that, you know, persistence pays off if you live in an area. But, you know, it just goes to show that we're starting to get on top of things, and we've been, I believe that we were almost back to a point in November where we were starting to gain on the maintenance and better things, and then we got hammered with the rain, and then more rain and more rain. So I believe that we were getting on track, and all the work that the roads crew and the maintenance crews and our managers in that department are starting to, I believe that they probably see the light at the end of the tunnel as well now with some of these projects that are nearing completion and stuff like that, and we can get back to a standard that we were. So on the weekend we had the open mic. We're talking about volunteers. There was an open mic session up at the Tableland Hall, and I left the footy and went up there, and I was expecting to see maybe 15 to 20 people. I believe there was over 100 people attended, and it was just a good afternoon. Sometimes like, you plan things and you can plan for months and months, but then all of a sudden you can have an event and you don't plan much for it because you don't know what you're going to get. And they were overwhelmed with the people that attended, and everyone had an enjoyable night. So, and I'd just also like to thank all the volunteers across the region. You do see some volunteers that get, they're the face of volunteering. It's the ones that sit in the background and just hide behind the cameras and do stuff all the time that I want to pay give my thanks to, because they're the ones that you don't see, and they try and hide behind the scenes, but they do most of the work and carry the load. And the ones that are in the front of the camera and that, they support those guys. So it's a team effort with volunteering to achieve your goals, what you want to get from it in the region. One thing that I want to point out is, and it annoyed me yesterday, with the DV stuff, and this is probably going to cause a bit of a stir if there's any media in the room, but it was all about women and domestic violence. I read the sticker and it said, prevent violence against women. Well, men are affected by domestic violence as well. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not just women that are affected. There's blokes that do suffer from domestic violence as well. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. 100% agree that it was probably, the signs were mostly about women, and I guess that that was overlooked, but it wasn't overlooked. The majority are women, but yes, thank you for raising that as a point. Yes. Now call on Councillor Hoyt for Division 6 update.
Thank you, Mayor Cathy. Since the last council meeting, we've had a number of events happening in Division 6, and reflecting on these as I wrote them down, most of them are run by volunteers, so I would have to just add that to what everyone else has said, how valuable. And in our small communities, volunteers, I think, punch way above their weight, so that's a great recommendation for our region. So we obviously celebrated Easter since the last meeting, and the Autumn Garden Expo at Wandai, which is on the third weekend in April. So some years it coincides with Easter, as it did this year, but from all reports it was great attendance and a fantastic event. We continued the community consultations around the region for the corporate and community plans, and it is interesting to see the different flavour of the different meetings in each community. Anzac Day was huge, and it's such a credit to our residents that so many paused to remember. As Councillor Deneen mentioned, I was involved in the successful weekend in Wandai, which brought about 170 bike riders to our region. And the benefits to our region of these events is enormous, because they come and spend money here and stay and support our businesses. Mother's Day, of course, another annual event. And there was the Mother's Day Classic in Wandai, which was successful, and the CWA Wandai Wurrul on Mother's Day event also raised funds. So they were both great events. Congratulations to the Burrendown Races team, who celebrated the 103rd running of this event with another huge crowd and a fantastic day. As Councillor Councillor Erkins mentioned, Relay for Life in Nanango was wonderful, and we do donate so much more money per person than most other regions. This weekend is the centenary of Geelong School, and it's great to see we've had some recent developments out there, working with the Parks and Gardens staff with the Works for Queensland funds. We've put in some new garden beds, some plaques for pioneers, and a new information sign, which I'm particularly interested in seeing. And special thanks to Arthur Hoffman, who refurbished the Geelong watershed sign. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of two wonderful Cumbria icons, Tony Turton and Brian Lenihan, two wonderful community champions who will be sadly missed by their family, friends, and the Cumbria community. And on a global scale, I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Pope Francis and the inauguration of the new Pope Leo XIV, who I have great hopes will work towards global peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt. And that's a nice way to end the Divisional Councillor updates. So now we're moving on to the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting, which is 10.1 on page 39. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. So someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Jane.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, some of the things on this table, I think have actually been done. I just wondered, I think the youth council, the first one on the list, hasn't been done?
We just, through you, Madam Mayor, so we just need to bring back the terms of reference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Little.
Through you, Mayor. So on page 44, the negotiated decision for development permit, the high impact industry sawmill, I see we passed that previously in other months, and I see there's no notes attached to it, and I'm just wondering whether that decision notice has been passed on to the applicant and if they realise that they have a change.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, any of those sitting in there, there's a couple in there that I've noticed regarding some of the planning approvals that have gone through. So those decision notices will have gone out to the applicants with that decision and the conditions. So they will have all gone out. They just need to be closed off on here.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the business outstanding? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 11.1, LGAQ Annual Conference Motion Request on page 62. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolves to submit the following motions to the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference. So we're going to go with the I think, because we're wanting to submit the following topic areas to the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference, with the resolutions to be developed and presented to the June ordinary meeting of Council for adoption. So that would be more relevant because we haven't put together those motions in their entirety, so we just wanted to get the topic areas. So we've had a little workshop yesterday on these, so I'm just going to read out the ones that we like to put forward, and if there's any discussion with the councillors or changes, we can do that as we go. But I just want someone to move the recommendation. Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Height. So we've got, the first one is the native title cultural assessment. Second one is Flying Fox support funding assistance. C is advocacy for improved mental health services in rural and remote Queensland. South Bennett Regional Council to formally advocate to the Queensland State Government for urgent and targeted investment in regional, rural and remote mental health services. The lack of accessible and specialised mental health support has led to adverse community outcomes, especially where frontline responders are not adequately trained or resourced. So that's all just the one item regarding mental health. Mental health, not enough workers in hospital system. Funding for compromised water sources. More road funding, example, indexation of the RMPC. That's the maintenance for the main roads, control of tick line and biosecurity initiatives and appropriate funding to local governments, community safety, example, Mergen issues, programs to take kids, intervention. Next one is change guidelines for developers, support the Q shelter. Next one is fuel subsidy, 50-cent taxes, school bus regulation. The next one is number of police. And the last one is the study hub support. So they're the broad outline of the issues that we raised in yesterday. So is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor Jane.
Yeah, I don't think we have on there, but I think what's very important is the legacy projects that we would like the energy, the wind farms and the solar panel people, you know, there's a lot of them coming into our area, and from discussions with councillors in other regions, I think we are sadly missing out. So I think we should lobby to state government that those organisations expect that if they go into these regions, that legacy items and, you know, support of the community is there.
That's a good, a great one. But I also wonder about the legacy projects for the games, because I think we need to advocate for that each region has a legacy project that is like probably like some of the regions have already got those projects that are really big ticket items, like the Toowoomba Equestrian Centre, but every region, that we should advocate for that every region gets a significant project for their community.
Yep.
So can we add that one?
Madam Mayor, I know that the Honourable Deb Frecklington has put money aside for a skate park in Warulin, but I would be very, very disappointed if that is the only, you know, thing that we actually get from the games. We have attended so many preparation meetings from state government telling us what exactly, you know, the fact that it's going to be so great for Queensland. We're so close to the games themselves. It would be a shame to see that all we get out of it is a small skate park.
Yes, that's right, because CEO Mark put together a very strong submission for that Kingaroy pool, which would be fantastic if we could get that. It's up to $30 million is, I think, the project, including a hydrotherapy for the Kingaroy pool. Like, that would be something that would be significant for our region. So, yes, very keen to get that on the table. Councillor Sander?
Could we bring up that traffic control again in there? Because we did it last year and it got put through, but we haven't heard anything back from LGAQ.
So, CEO Mark, can we add?
Like the regulation, the reduction in regulation.
Yeah, you can. The only thing, councillors, as I said, not all these will go in. So just to be, what do you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so just, yeah, lots. And like there is, anyway, just to forewarn. So that's why I'll bring them back and see what we can turn them into. Absolutely, at this point, we can put it up again. It was actually raised very heavily through the red tape task force that was, and I think Mayor the other day had a meeting, and we've got to send some off into the Department of Transport direct. But yeah, no, I'm happy to put it up again.
So they're looking for case studies, like examples, and I think General Manager Aaron has provided that, like an absolute example of where there's a real issue, particularly with that roundabout is it the one leading into Walter Road, that one where we have so many, River Road, the one that costs us a fortune, and so many different traffic control is needed because, and signage because of that. There's so many different roads leading into it. So yes, so we'll add that one.
We'll either add it or it might mean that we can remove it out of there, but if we just send a letter of response from, like, so we can get a response from last time, because we haven't heard, that's all.
That's true. So will we take, do you want to take that one off this? Leave it on? Okay. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so I just, with regards to some of these with legacy projects, wind farms, we'd probably just put renewable energy, I'm thinking, as opposed to just wind farms.
Agree with that, because there's certainly battery and
yep. And I'm
solar.
thinking with the particular one where we've got change guidelines for developers support, we'd probably take out Q shelter, because that was really infrastructure as well in there, as if I remember rightly, that was to do with infrastructure.
And it is for that one specific funding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Q shelter
That's
we don't
correct.
need to mention Q shelter in that one. Thank you.
So it should be exchange guidelines for funding support for developers. no, change guidelines for funding, just put after full funding. Support for developers. For housing, for, which is, yeah, okay. It's just a bit, but to look, so it looks, it's a bit more tidy for the resolution. So that one community safety example, Mergen issues programs to support, or what would you, can you get, CEO Mark, I'm looking to you to get some better wording, because it's just to tidy up for the resolution.
Yeah, to
reduce
reduce
yes.
including intervention. Yeah, they were the rough notes from yesterday,
Yes,
Mayor.
yep.
So.
Yes.
Well, if that's that one, we can go community safety / police dash programs.
And take the police one out as a single item. No. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Helen. Yeah, that's it. Safety, policing. Yeah, that's good. That's good, yep. So we're happy with all this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Little?
Yes, so the fuel subsidy and 50-cent taxes, should that not say 50-cent fares, not taxes? Thank you.
The fuel subsidy compensates for the fact that we don't get 50% of the transport. Yeah,
that's correct.
Disadvantage, so that's just...
So if you just wanted to add fuel subsidy to compensate for 50-cent fares.
The lack of 50-cent public transport that the metropolitan area has that we don't have in regional areas, so we're disadvantaged. Lack of subsidised public transport rather than 50-cent fares. The subsidised public transport in regional areas, in metropolitan areas. And then delete the rest of that bit, probably, please.
And what about the school bus? Did you want anything relevant to the school bus?
No, because I think that's a sort of separate issue. So I think delete the school bus regulation. Areas with an S.
So it should be, yeah, rural area, regional areas. Fuel subsidy to compensate for lack of subsidised public transport in regional areas.
I get that. The fact that subsidised, it is subsidised in metropolitan and not in regional. Yeah, got the wrong way around.
So we've got 13 separate items. Is that? So it just shows that we're...
Are we going to discuss them and reduce them to 6 in a workshop?
So is there a rule on how many you can put forward?
Yep, 6.
Okay, so that's the rules,
That's a mark rule.
Oh, mark rule, CEO mark rule.
No, we need to workshop them, and this won't be. So the idea today is just so we can get a head start. The portal doesn't open to the 2nd of June. Now, accepting they run their standard format, Elga did change. Elga was a lot of changes, but they did change their template a little bit this year as well. So we'll be able to at least start to load these up into the previous templates for LGAQ and bring them back into early June for a workshop and get the wording of the resolutions right, and then put the whole whatever's agreed to the next council meeting.
I think that's a great idea because we're ahead of the game instead of being behind and we're chasing our tail
Sorry, Kathy, I do think the Flying Fox needs to be reworded. Support for communities impacted by communities of flying foxes or something. Impacted by colonies of flying foxes. And then delete, those other little bit. Delete the funding assistance.
And just change that Flying Fox funding support. Yeah, put funding in there.
Funding support, got support for communities. Probably communities severely impacted or impacted by significant colonies.
Aren't we workshopping it now? Be going through this.
But we
Let's
just
just
want
leave
to
it.
a little bit tidy.
It's just to tidy it up a little bit. So yeah.
Excuse me, Madam, can I just ask what happened to the school bus in there?
So we took it out. Councillor Hyde took it out because she thought it was just relevant.
I'd like to leave it in there because I believe that we could work, see if it's possible to work, that school buses are able to take people in, fair paying, into town.
Rather than just a fuel subsidy. Yeah. Is that a separate?
Well, that was the item that I actually brought up, and it just seems to be overtaken by the fuel subsidy. It was originally whether we could.
Maybe it should be fuel subsidy / access to school buses to compensate for the lack of subsidised public transport.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Jane, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions people want to put? You think we've covered all the items, Councillor Hyde?
Sorry.
Okay, so the motion has been moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Hyde, that South Bennett Regional Council resolves to submit the following topic areas to the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference with resolutions to be developed and presented to the June ordinary meeting of Council for adoption. So we've got, I think it's about 13, is it 13? 14, is it 14 there? 14 items there, or 13 or 14. So are we ready to vote? Everyone happy with that list? So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to 11.2, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Investment Policy 2025-26, Statutory 009 on page 64. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Investment Policy 25-26, Statutory 009 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So we've workshopped, just so the gallery know and those listening, we've workshopped and these policies have been sent around. So any questions? Did General Manager Kerry, did you want to just outline what this policy represents just for the benefit of the gallery and those listening?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this is one of our policies that we have to renew each financial year as part of the budget process. The revenue policy just basically provides information around the types of fees and charges that council, so the categories, the main large categories that council can charge to obtain revenue. So yeah, it's a statutory requirement. And it doesn't provide too much detail, just the high-level information.
Thank you, General Manager Kerry. So are we ready to vote? It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 11.3, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Revenue Policy 2025-26, Statutory 005 on page 72. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Revenue Policy 2025-26, Statutory 005 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Hyde, seconded by Councillor Potter. I think it's pretty much the same.
Yes,
GM Kerry?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I thought we were on the revenue policy before. So the information I just provided was the revenue policy. The investment policy again, is a statutory one that we had to present each year, and it talks about how and the parameters around how we invest our money. So yes, both statutory, both very basic, but are required under the regulation in the Act.
Thank you, GM Kerry. So is everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 11.4. So this is a late agenda item. It's 11.4 and it's the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council corporate plan. So we actually went out to, as has been just mentioned in the Divisional Council updates, we went out to the community and the staff. We went right around the region, and we've also had opportunities for anyone in the community to provide feedback online. The feedback has been recorded in this report, and there's been some changes relevant to the feedback provided. And so the recommendation is that in accordance with Section 165 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopts the draft South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Plan 25 to 30 as amended, highlighting the following key priorities, and there's a list of priorities. So would someone like to move that?
Yeah, it was the agenda was sent around. Mayor, if we could just move to page 5 of the report, because coming out of the reason that this report was late, we didn't close the feedback on the corporate plan until last Friday. So it was written up. So attached to the actual report, public report, was the consolidated feedback for the plan. There were some changes made to it. Sorry, Helen, it would be number 3, growing our regions, GR14, or newly numbered GR14. There he is. Advocate for improved regulation program with a view of protecting our environment, infrastructure, our community and culture. There was a comment made from one of the councillors yesterday with regard to including improved community outcomes for at the back end of that, or adding that in our community, and including improved community outcomes and legacy projects. So that picks up those legacy ones again, so it's noted in there. So thanks, Mayor.
So the projects, yes, that's it. So any comments, questions? So would someone like to move our corporate plan? Oh, I'd like to move that because it's a very important document, and I was seconded by Councillor Height. So I just wanted to say that this corporate plan is a very, very important document, and it goes from 25 to 30, but it's everything that we do in council has to link back to the corporate plan. And I just wanted to also outline to the gallery and those listening that we've changed our vision and we've changed our purpose. And because when we went through the corporate plan, there was one thing that stood out to me that was missing, and that was the focus on our actual customer, the rate payers, because to me it seemed like a very internal document, but not actually recognising the big ticket item, which is our customers and the service that we provide to our customers. So our vision has been changed, and it is now an organisation known for its exceptional customer service, empowering employees to go above and beyond to ensure customer satisfaction. And our purpose, to deliver the best possible outcomes for our customers within the resources we have. So that's a big change in our vision and our purpose, because it's not been my goal, and I think that and it's supported by the council, that we become very much a council that supports our ratepayers and that we provide exceptional service, and so that the council staff feel proud to wear the South Bennett Regional Council logo, and that they can and we empower them to go that little bit extra for our customers, because we want to be a customer-focused service provider, because the ratepayers pay our wages, and we want to make sure that we are absolutely front and centre supporting those people, our ratepayers, who are the most important people. That's what our core business should be. So I just wanted to flag that, because that is, for me, that's a big ticket item and a major change in our whole focus and our whole direction. So with that, does anyone else want to make a comment? Councillor Sander.
Point number 3, GR17. Can we tidy that wording up?
GR17. So that one is trunk infrastructure expansion community / upgrade. CEO Mark, I'll look to you to have a look at that one.
Yeah, it hasn't been changed from the last document, believe it or not. So that was running in the last corporate plan. So yeah, is there any particular? Happy, we can easily change
Maybe
it.
we put investigate or advocate for.
It is a very, it doesn't really mean, has it?
Doesn't, yeah, there's nothing and there's no direction with it.
That's
It's
exactly right.
written. Expansion's there, but I mean, it should be written.
So General Manager, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, so maybe it should say advocate for trunk infrastructure expansion in our communities. Something along those lines.
General Manager Aaron, did you want to have a change to that wording?
Oh, I think that's pretty good, Mayor. So you advocate for trunk infrastructure expansion to allow growth of our communities.
So Helen, did you get all that? So did you want to read that out slowly, or speak, or just articulate that slowly?
Expansion and upgrades.
Advocate for trunk infrastructure expansion and upgrades to allow for growth of our communities. I think that covers what your councillors were saying.
But is it just about growth? Because it's also growth, but it's also making the roads better for our existing residents. So it's not just for... Yeah, but trunk infrastructure still, yeah, I guess.
What were you wanting to put, Councillor Hyde?
To allow growth and improved facilities.
It's not really facilities, because the trunk infrastructure is the...
It's,
areas.
yeah, I believe that this is stated, I believe it's probably like for 100 mil sewer main, if you wanted to expand it, you'd be advocating or working to try and increase the scale of it so that you could take more volume, is what I'm reading from that.
But also allow other people to log into the sewer system rather than the
To take
septic,
more
so it
capacity.
improves their livability.
Yeah, the original one, which we've been, the very original simple one that's been running for the last 4 or 5 years was actually quite good, because it allowed us to advocate and go to government, and was flexible because it's very high end and not prescriptive. So if you narrow it, I would be wary to narrow it down. So what we want is more trunk infrastructure. So the general outcome of this is more trunk infrastructure, so we can have more areas developed for residential and or commercial use, or industrial, whichever the case may be, and also, where possible, upgrade our water, sewage and mains lines. So, which we've been doing and running quite adequately under the last one.
So should it just be advocate for trunk infrastructure expansions?
Well, and upgrades for allow growth for our community. You can leave it as it is, but just don't narrow it down too much more. Otherwise, all of a sudden, you'll start to cut out other bits that we want to do. That's all.
So are you happy with it as is?
Kathy, there. But just GR3's got a fair reference to the similar type of thing and quite well worded.
GR3, work with key stakeholders to create a pipeline of priority shovel-ready projects that invests in strategic infrastructure aim to improve the quality of life experienced by all residents and create a prosperous future for all. Yep, so that is a good one. Okay, Deputy Mayor Jane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to congratulate everyone on forming it. I agree totally with the Mayor, and I was extremely proud to be part of the community consultation and, Madam Mayor, without filling pockets, with your chairing those meetings. I thought you did it very well. I think you explained to community, to ratepayers, exactly where their council, what council did, where their rate money went, and I felt that was very good, and you did an excellent job. And I'm just very happy with this because, as you said, it brings it back to where we should be, and that is looking after our ratepayers and being a community. We are a community service after all. It's paid for by our ratepayers, and we really do need to try and get more grants in because we do have a low socioeconomic community, and we don't want to be putting onto our ratepayers. But you've explained it very well. I'm very happy with that, and congratulations to everybody, all of us involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane, and it was great that all the councillors went around and we met with all the community and also the staff, internal and external staff. And we've got a document that our media team put together. Well, there's only one lady in our media put together this document, which Councillor Erkins has referred to, which outlined every single thing that we do in council. And that document is going to go in our next rates notice in the August one, so that the community can start to understand that there is way more that we do apart from just grading the road to their particular house, or because we hear lots of comments that they don't even get their road graded when there's just so many other things that council does across the region. So if I'd had that document here, I would have read it out to let everyone know, because we need to be selling what local government does a lot more, because people just do not understand that there's just so much that we do, so many hectares that we mow and so many water mains and just apart from the roads, halls, just so many things that local government is responsible for. So that document will go into our
airports.
Yeah, that document will go into our next rates notice. So are we ready to vote? It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to our monthly financial information, item 12.1 on page 79. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works, as at the 30th of April 2025, be received and noted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Deneen. So I'll ask General Manager Kerry to give us an update.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents amounted to $70.69 million at the end of April 2025, with around $30.9 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 37.9% of the amended budget, or up to 63% when taking into account current commitments. Comprehensive revaluations and indexation of asset classes are nearly finalised, and Council's external auditors are currently performing their pre-end-of-year process walkthroughs and testing, which will happen over the next 3 weeks. Finance are currently forecasting the end-of-year position for the 24-25 year and will work with managers where needed to complete this process. This end-of-year position is adopted as part of the 25-26 budget process. Budget preparation for the 2025-2026 year is well underway, with multiple workshops held with councillors over the past few months. These workshops will continue into June, ready for adoption of the new yearly budget in July. I now present the April monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, GM Kerry. Any questions? Councillor Sander.
So on page 93, I raised this yesterday, but I still can't get my head around it. halfway down in the current liabilities, it's got a section that says unearned revenue.
So GM Kerry, would you like to explain that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So that particular line item for unearned revenue relates to our prepaid rates portion. So for the end of the financial year, we will see a dollar value sitting in there, and that amount will look at anything that people have currently prepaid. So our rates notices for this financial year have been levied up until the 30th of June. So if anyone has paid any money sort of prepaying for future rates levies, so into next financial year, at the end of June they're classed as unearned revenue, and that's because we haven't actually done this, the services that they're paying for at that point in time, and that's why they're classed as unearned revenue.
So that would be ratepayers on a payment plan.
And yes, and people who so we have quite a significant amount of people who will, they might say pay $50, $100 every week, fortnight, and they do that religiously every week. So eventually they become pretty much, they're starting to prepay, ready for the next levy.
So I can understand that, but I just can't, the wording of it's wrong. Unearned revenue,
Yeah, unfortunately it's a finance standard, so that's what they have down as that category has to be called, and that's why it's called that on the balance sheet.
So as part of our red tape busting committee, we could probably try and get the finance standards changed, because that it does seem a bit odd.
It's earned revenue. It's earned revenue, that's what I'm...
But it is unearned.
But how do you get unearned?
Because they've paid, because they've prepaid it, it's not due yet.
But it's earned, it's revenue.
Not until it comes to the what's the name? Anyway.
It would, sorry, Kerry, no, it's in revenue, and then the unearned part is a liability. Would that be correct?
Yes, correct.
The total amount of the rates would be in revenue, and then the bit that relates to the next year would be unearned.
Yes, correct. Yes. Because essentially that prepaid revenue, if the customer wanted to come and say, can I have that refunded, they're able to. And so that's, it's just unfortunately an accounting classification on how it needs to be on the balance sheet.
I can actually see what you mean, because it's not earned yet, because we haven't done the services provided for it, so that they could ask for it back.
But it's still revenue. How do you not earn it if it's revenue?
Councillor Deputy Mayor Jane.
Page 95, the trade outstanding debts. Through that, it says that the amount of 115 is overdue animal registrations, 157 being actively pursued by council staff or determination on next steps being investigated. 42,000 can be recovered when properties are sold, and 134,000 belong to developer contributions. I just thought that was a lot of money, and just like some clarification on what it actually is.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. GM Kerry, if you could respond.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor. So the 157,000 relates to a whole heap of different categories. A lot of that 157,000 does relate to, so we're currently doing a lot of debt recovery at the moment to try and follow up, because we are coming into our end of financial year and we like to try and keep on top of those. So yes, it does look like it's quite a lot of money. It's some of the categories have lots of little amounts. Others might have, your developer contributions could be, one or two different applications that, we're just waiting, and in the future they'll be paid for when it gets to the trigger point. Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're happy with that answer?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Little.
Thank you. On page 17, the accounts payable local purchases.
Page 117. Not 99.
Sorry, 99. The outside SBRC, Sherburgh, Dalby, neighbouring council, other Yarraman. Could you explain to me what they're for, please?
Yes, so the outside, the SBRC are looking at any purchases that we've made from companies that are outside our local region. So depending on where they are, so we try and obviously provide information on the sort of the councils and localities that are close to us, and that's why we pull out, you know, Yarraman, Sherburgh, Dalby, and our other neighbouring councils, and then the other could be they could be if we're having to get services or goods from, you know, outside of outside of, it could be outside of Queensland, they could be outside of our local region. So it just depends on what they provide. And that's a mixture, obviously, of services, so contractors, as well as materials.
Thank you. That explains that
So,
to me.
and that report was brought about by the fact that we were challenging all the time the procurement policy and why we spend money outside our region. But a lot of times it's because it's the locals can't provide that particular service or that particular product. So that's why this report is valuable to the chamber, because it shows the percentage or how much we're actually spending inside locally and how much we spend outside. So it's, the more local we can spend, the better our economy will be. So, Councillor Little, you're happy with all of that? Councillor Sander.
Can I just do a question on notice, that other, can we get a breakdown of that?
So the other, so that's in, okay, so outside South Bennett Regional Council, the other is, what is it now, April 2025, so that breakdown, yeah, that's easy, so that can come back.
For the last 3 months, the breakdown.
For the last 3 months, thank you. Any other questions? So if not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Would someone like to move that we break for morning tea? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor White. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Could I have someone move that we reconvene the meeting? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 12.3 on page 139. So that is a negotiated decision request. Oh, sorry. Oh, I haven't done 12.2. Sorry. So 12.2 is on page 127. Sorry, I was skipping forward to planning. The officer's recommendation, so this is the third quarter review. The officer's recommendation is that in accordance with section 17, it's on page 127, that in accordance with section 1703 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 24-25 operational budget be adopted. And number 2 is that in accordance with section 170 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 24-25 capital budget, that should be adopted. It should be a be adopted. So would someone move that? Councillor Height, second by Councillor Deneen. Discussion. GM Carey.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the third quarter budget review is there for consideration. So with regards to the income statement and the operational deficit, there's movements that have occurred between income and expenditure has resulted in a net favourable increase or reduction in the deficit for the operating result of around 4,000. Some of the major increases there you can see on page 129. So you've got increases in your grant revenue largely relating to the flood damage, and so that's directly offset by increases in expenditure down in the materials and services and employee benefits. Any other increases that we've had, say if you look at the rates, levies and charges line, any of those, and the fees and charges, any of those increases have then been had corresponding expenditure of varying degrees that have sort of reduced that effect. So overall we only see a $4,000 adjustment. With regards to capital, so in the third quarter, managers have postponed roughly around $9 million of capital projects from the 24-25 year into the 25-26 year. You'll find that some of those, or a majority of those, are either underway, and so we've just roughly worked out what we think the phasing might be between this financial year and next financial year, just to make this current financial year's capital program a bit more accurate. Other than that, there's been only minor adjustments, so if there's any questions, happy to answer any of those.
So do any of the councillors have any questions, comments? Everyone happy to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.3 on page 139, which is the negotiated decision request for a development permit. So the officer's recommendation is that council approves the negotiated decision request made in relation to condition ENG 14 of the development permit MCU 23/0031 for a material change of use, intensive animal industry, expansion of existing feedlot to 6,425 SCU and associated infrastructure at 1270 and 1344 Memorandum Barkers Creek Road, Wattle Camp, and described as lots 1, 2, 6 and 7 on RP 157322, lots 3-5 and 8 on RP 157323, and lots 9-11 on RP 157327, subject to the following amended conditions. And there's a list of conditions on page 140 of the agenda, and 141 and 142. So they're all the conditions. So would someone like to vote to move? That was Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. So discussion. So Councillor Height.
Well, and could GM Meehan just give us a bit of an update? He gave us a brief update yesterday on the reason for this negotiated decision, please.
GM Aaron.
Yeah, through the Mayor. So the engineering condition has been negotiated since the last original decision. I'm just looking for its ENG 14. So just in relation to that, the applicant has agreed to upgrade the culvert and the section either side of the culvert there between change 4.8 and 5.2. With that, Council is planning to, has an approved project in the RRTG Q-Trip program for 27-28 to complete the section between 2.57 and 4.1, bringing it up to CLB double standard. So we've made a comment there that Council has negotiated to agree to, subject to satisfactory conditions from the CEO, to commence that upgrade in the 27-28, which will allow the applicant to concurrently upgrade their other remaining section there, which would be a good outcome for Council and the road users.
So thank you for that explanation. So pretty much the applicant is going to fund the culvert upgrade, and Council's going to, through our RRTGs, our Regional Roads and Transport funding, we're going to do our section, and then we match that. Council has to match that dollar for dollar, and that will be in 27-28, and that will give the applicant the right to travel along that road still with a permit, but not having to have a pilot vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Councillor Height.
No, I think it's a good outcome. We're always supportive of local businesses. We want business to thrive in our region, but at the same time, this is a typical road that was designed 50 years ago and was designed for very light traffic and not necessarily for the heavy trucks involved in a feedlot. But pleased that we've come to a good solution. I'm looking forward to it. It's a few years down the track, but I'm looking forward to seeing it finalised.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other questions, comments? Ready to vote? To put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 12.4 on page 304. And this one is a development permit for material change of use for motorsport facility, including ancillary facilities at Lewis Duff Road, Belogie, and described as Lot 34BO44. The applicant is Triple R Motorsports, care of Norris, Clark and O'Brien Proprietary Limited. So, Deputy Mayor Jane.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I see that the officer's recommendation was to refuse this application. I would like to offer an alternate motion that the council move an alternate motion and approve a development application for development permit, motorsport facility and auxiliary facilities, including food and drink outlet, caretakers accommodation and camping at Lewis Duff Road, Belogie, described as Lot 34B044, subject to the below conditions. And there are quite a number of conditions which have been given out.
So it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Jane. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Little. So, Deputy Mayor Jane, you have the right now to address the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel that as a council, what we want to do is encourage development and people to our area. And something like this, you only have to drive past, or if you attend, the Speedway in Kingaroy to see how many people that actually brings to our area. And, you know, we're all about the number of people that I have spoken to who have come to events in this area and ended up moving into the area. You know, I believe it's a good thing to attract people. It improves our shopping. It gives people it improves the economic income in the area. I believe that there are a huge amount of conditions here. Council have not been, they've been pretty tough on it for the conditions, but I just feel that as a council, we are here to carry out the wishes of communities. I understand that not everyone approves every decision we make. I understand noise is an issue in this, but I can tell you I've had a number of my residents in Menango sending me videos because of louts riding up and down their streets doing exactly the type of thing they're going to be doing out here. And when you live in town, you definitely don't expect it to be happening at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, I believe we need to have every one of our community meetings we've been to, people have said, we want something for young people. And I can remember, if I think right back, being a young person, and I can remember, families, young boys, working on vehicles with their dad. And I see that out at the Speedway, and I think it's a good thing to encourage people to, do their dragsters or whatever. It is something for young kids. You get the young boys out there, you'll get the young girls out there as well. So it will be something for kids to do, and I think it's much better than seeing them hanging around pubs or hanging around town getting in trouble. So that's, I really recommend to my fellow councillors we approve this.
So thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Jane. So there's grounds because the officer's recommendation was for refusal, and the question I'll ask to our manager Simon to actually indicate to the gallery so that everyone can hear why the officers recommended a refusal, and then Councillor Erkins, we need to read out the reasons why we have differed from the officer's recommendation. So, Manager Simon.
Sorry. I must admit, I would prefer that David was here on this because David worked on this application directly, along with Samantha on this one as well. Look, there were a number of issues about the facility that expressed concern in terms of the impact of such a sporting facility, mainly. We were concerned there were a number of potential impacts in the local area and for residents. So that sort of led to our recommendation. That probably sums it up pretty quickly. That really was, it was concerns about the motorsports, the noise, impact in the local area. We were concerned, and those concerns at an officer level, we have to recommend, led to our suggestion that we felt a refusal was to be recommended. There were other issues, but that really is the real major aspects. So we as officers will stand by that recommendation, but there are always options for council to consider, and we have thought about that as well.
So I'm just going to read out the statement of reasons for a difference to the officer recommendation. So they have to be sound planning reasons. And so it's a demonstrated regional need to accommodate a new motorsport facility servicing the region and possibly southeast Queensland, which includes the closure of Archerfield Speedway and locally the Wandai Sprints. Complements a range of motorsport activities and events. The use does not fragment agricultural land as the area is utilised for cattle grazing and the use can continue. The application is consistent with the promotion of sporting tourism and will complement similar large-scale sporting events held within the region. Provision of a recreational facility and entertainment facility for a hard-to-locate sport with reasonable travelling distances to regional towns. The attraction of a new industry to the region to provide economic opportunity and employment. The report points referring to access to medical services are not supported with the site being not considered remote and other significant events occur within the region a further distance from Kingaroy Hospital. Life Flight is an essential service to the South Banner, and since its commencement of flights, it is estimated that there has been over 2,439 medical and accident-related flights. The application was suitable, conditioned by SARA, and it is supported with suitable conditions being put in place to deal with any issues raised in the report. Alternative locations such as the Kingaroy Aerodrome are being considered for future commercialising, which may include air parks, which would conflict with the nature of this development. So that they're the reasons why Councillor Erkins was able to move an alternative recommendation. So now, because we're actually going to follow standing orders. So Deputy Mayor Jane has spoken for. Now I need a speaker against. If there's no speakers against, so we'll refer to the seconder, which is Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor Duff. So with what you were saying, Jane, I just wanted to bring to your attention in the land use approval part of the conditions, it does say in MCU 1 that the use of the site is restricted to 13 major sport facility racing events only and does not permit usage by the general public or for training purposes. So when you said about the young people who do the sprints and the hooning around, they're not going to be able to use this facility.
No. Can I just answer?
Deputy Mayor Jane, if you'd like to clarify that.
No, I didn't actually mean for them to just go out there on an ad hoc. I did mean for them to become members of clubs and all that. I didn't mean for them to be out there just on a Friday night, let's go out there. I do understand it will be a controlled organisation. They will have to be members of organisations to have insurance and whatever to go out there. I didn't mean that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And then there's one other thing as well, that this approval does not include any outdoor concerts. So it would not be something that could be used for an REL event or anything like that as well. Just to bring that to everybody's attention before we vote.
So I'm just going to seek CEO's clarification here because I've got Councillor Sandra, are you speaking against the motion or are you speaking for it?
No, speaking, there's more issues in here with timelines and stuff within the new, within the conditions. It says,
So I just I'll ask for someone to suspend standing orders so that we can debate this. Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So we're suspending standing orders so that we can talk this through. Councillor Sander.
so it says MCU 18 that the approved use must not involve amplified music or live entertainment at any time. And also it states in here that there's car and speedway and bike speedway between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. So that would not be suitable either because they start much earlier than that. Dirt drags between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. That wouldn't be suitable either. Test and tune time 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Well, that's not suitable either.
So it's obvious that there's some concern about the conditions. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Jane.
Yeah, I also, I don't think there's any point in approving something and then tying their hands so tight that they can't actually run a successful thing. Then they've wasted money, we've wasted time, and there's been angst with neighbours that are unsure of what's actually happening. I feel that the conditions on this are extremely tight, and it seems to be a lot of it, the concern is noise. And, I just come back to, in Kingaroy, people live across the road from the showground. The noise from the motorsport's there. In Nanango, we have a country music festival where they go for a week, and it's okay when you get to the end of it because you have professional musicians, but they have about 3 or 4 days of walk-ups that is as loud as anything, and that would be a lot worse than, cars going around. We have a rock and roll festival where from Thursday to Sunday we've got live music blaring out from the showgrounds at Nanango, but most residents look at it and say, well, it's good for our community. You see those people they're all spending money the community. I don't see the point in, I just feel that these conditions are extremely, they make it extremely difficult for somebody to actually make a success of it. And, like why, I don't know, does this have to be done now? Is there a timeline on it?
So we've got Manager
Okay.
Simon. Would you like to address
Through the Mayor,
gallery?
look, Councillor, you have hit a key point here. I mean, based on the current officer's recommendation, if that was to proceed and a refusal was to be granted, that does not deem that the applicant still can't come back with a revised proposal. Do you understand me? And I think what we need, if I may go a little bit further, is quite frankly, we need more detail. We need more detail about exactly how it's to be operated, exactly the quality of the overall operation. And we've seen this with not similar, but a certain event recently. If it's well organised, well run, a lot can be achieved. I think we need more detail. We've had to come with an alternative option very quickly. Obviously, we can only go on the detail we're presented with. We don't have enough detail, quite frankly.
Okay, so my question is, does this decision need to be made today? And if we make this decision and we approve this, are you saying that he then can come back? He's got approval subject to these conditions. Your speaker's not on.
Manager Simon.
Sorry, speaker's on.
Can I help you there, Simon? Because
Yeah.
generally when these go through, and particularly with this one, and given that there's a range of different thoughts on it, whilst I'm generally not a big fan of leaving them lay on the table, if we can actually contact the applicant for an extension of time, because otherwise it would be a deemed refusal in any which case.
That's right. It would be anyway.
If council leaves it lay on the table, we'll contact the applicant for an extension of time, and then it can be brought back with a further exploration of should council choose to go down this path of conditions, or if should council choose to support the original recommendation, well then.
So,
Yeah.
So
just preempting somebody moving that it lay on the table, I would just like to say, again, just reiterating that there is no point approving something and then setting conditions that make it not a viable proposition. So
thank you.
in that case, I'll move it. We laid on the table.
Well, just Simon was just.
And I was going to comment that, look, if I may, if you lay it on the table, we wouldn't be ready to bring this back at the next full council. It would have to be the one after that. I'm just being honest with you. Yeah. We need to get the details right. If we're to do the right thing by the community and the applicants and everyone, we're going to probably need 2 months.
Yep.
So,
move, we laid that on the table.
So I'm sorry. Now, once the Deputy Mayor Jane has moved that, there can be no further debate. Unless someone seconds it. Councillor Little, we've just got to vote on it now. Put it so so Deputy Mayor Jane has moved that the motion lay on the table. It's been seconded by Councillor Little. So the vote now will stop any further debate, or if you wanted to.
Can I just clarify that we will be contacting them for that? Yeah. Thank you.
So that's been moved and seconded. If you want to continue the debate, you vote against it, but otherwise we'll vote for it. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? 5-2. The motion has carried 5-2. So there's no further discussion on this particular matter, and it'll lay on the table. So
No.
Councillor Sander and Councillor Deneen voted against it. So the matter lays on the table, and there'll be it will come back to a future council meeting. Thank you. So moving on to item 12.5, the delegated authority reports on page 585. Do we have to suspend standing orders again?
So given that matter's now been dealt with, we had a half-hour limit on the suspension of standing orders. It's just back to business as usual.
Back to business, okay, thank you. So this is the delegated authority report, and the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of April 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 12.6 on page 587. This is a list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. The officer's recommendation is that council receive and note the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of 9th of May 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 12.7 on page 592. And that's the minutes of the Arts, Cultural and Heritage Advisory Committee. So the officer's recommendation is that council endorse the minutes and recommendations of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee held on Thursday the 13th of February 2025 and Thursday the 10th of April 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to point everyone's, in the minutes, we said goodbye to Rob Fitzherbert, pulled out of the committee, but we have got Glenn Hatchett in his place. So I thank Glenn Hatchett very much for putting his hand up and saying yes to being on the committee. We are still looking for another one for hopefully around the Nanango Blackbutt area, and preferably someone who's got the a bit of writing and artistic skills in that area, because we don't have any writers in that there. So it'd be really great to have someone with some of those skills on board. So preferably from the Nanango Blackbutt area, Maidenwell area, it'd be really good. So I'm just putting that one out there too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other questions, comments? Everyone happy? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.1 on page 598, the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the South Bennett Regional Council receive and note the attached minutes and recommendation of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 13th of March 2025, moved by Deputy Mayor Janes, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Questions? Everyone happy? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next one is item 13.2 on page 603, which is the adoption of the South Bennett Local Disaster Management Group structure, which is the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council adopt the South Bennett Disaster Management Structure incorporating the 5 recovery pillars. South Bennett have combined human and social and economic subgroup and roads and transport and building and assets pillars. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Sorry. So any discussion? So I just wanted to bring it to the gallery's attention and those listening, and that we plan to meet quarterly with all of these groups, because as soon as there's a disaster, there's an inclination just to drop the ball and just think that there's never not going to be another disaster, and then all of a sudden there is, and we're not ready. So I've spoken to CEO Mark, and he's assured me that every quarter we're going to have those subgroups meet so that we are all over it. When there's another disaster, we're very shovel ready, and those overarching bodies too, the local disaster management group and the recovery group, the overarching bodies will also meet quarterly. So that's just putting it out there just so that everyone knows that we're going to endeavour to be really proactive in being prepared. So Deputy Mayor Jane.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, yesterday when we were workshopping, we did have a few jokes that you were just going to get us all in training for disaster recovery, but I'm not really sure how many of the community do know that with those storms that were around Proston and Wandai, that you did organise with the help of some fabulous volunteers, but you did organise councillors to go out and shift trees. I know that Councillor Heath took his equipment out. I know that others went out and were out there definitely in, and I think it's really good for, you know, we talk about getting involved in these meetings, and a lot of meetings that we do go to are just so full of red tape and government regulations, and we really go along and are not 100% sure on where our role is and what we're doing. But it did felt good, even though, you know, you did have us working, and at some of them it was the supplying of the red lollies to keep everyone boosted. But it was really, I mean, I think it's an indication of your leadership role, and you don't let us finish work and go home. You send out a call where you're working, where you're high vis, we're going to be shifting trees. And I think, you know, that's a great thing for the community, especially mentioning it in Volunteers Week.
Thank you. And also the SES. So we did the sandbagging for the SES, and that's very much today is about the SES. And we were supporting the SES because they do so much, and they were struggling to keep the supply of sandbags up. So, yeah, a big shout out again to the SES for the work that they do with Swift Water Rescue, out and about, tarping, all volunteers in the SES. And sometimes you see them at the events organising parking. They're out and about, but I think a lot of people don't realise that they are all our volunteers doing an amazing job. So anyone else want to comment, or all good? So ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 13.3 on page 606. So that one is the adoption of South Bennett Local Disaster Management Plan and sub-plans. So the officer's recommendation is that Council note and adopt the South Bennett Local Disaster Management Plan and sub-plans endorsed at the South Bennett Local Disaster Management Group LDMG meeting on the 6th of March 2025. So someone to move that, Councillor Potter, someone second that, Councillor Deneen. So that's again those groups meeting, making sure that we're very organised, and that plan, I think, did Donna drive that plan, that big? So there's a huge document, the Local Disaster Management Plan, that I have in front of me here, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to Donna Brown, because she is our disaster management officer, and she has done a massive amount of work putting this plan together. So just huge accolades to Donna and her team for putting this together. So any questions? We're all good to vote. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.4 on page 100, is 881. And that one there is a petition requesting road and drainage improvements to Whittaker Road, South Nanengo. And the officer's recommendation is that Whittaker Road be included in the long list of possible projects for future capital upgrade funding considerations, and any minor maintenance improvements be considered through the works operational budget. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Height.
I was just going to add to that. Like, we had a group of locals here who came and requested that this road be bitumened. I never want to overpromise to residents, so yes, it's probably already on the list of possible projects, but I just think we need to be aware that this isn't just because you've had a petition and come to council doesn't mean to say that you're going to get your road graded. Otherwise, I think we quickly rush around to all our residents and say, quickly, come and do a petition and you'll get your road freshly bitumened, not graded, sorry, bitumened. So, you know, always happy to look at roads and consider them, but I would like to think that our infrastructure team assess every road on its condition, its usage, and the decisions on capital funding are made on those grounds, not on who puts in a petition or who asks the most. It should be on sound reasons why a road should be bitumened.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Deputy Mayor Jane.
I think our community, when they live on a dirt road and the dust, and I know it's annoying, and I'm sure that all of us would love to be able to go to our residents and say, got great news for you, we're going to bitumen your road. But the realities are that we cannot do that. But just to go a little bit more onto Whittaker Road, I think that one of the issues they had was coming out onto Old S North Road, and I think General Manager Aaron did say that they are going to look at that and look at the safety of them coming out there. Was I correct in?
Yeah, through the Mayor, if I may. So we've arranged a meeting for the residents tomorrow and council officers, and the Divisional Council will be there as well. We've made arrangements for that, so they'll have a chat about those issues.
Probably one of the reasons that I comment is because my family live out there. I've travelled that Old S North Road and that Whittaker's Road many, many times over a long period of time. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Sander.
Yeah, I actually spoke to a few residents on this road at the Nanango community catch-up there, and I believe that a lot of the issues that they've raised could be solved with just drainage issues, and just to make it, you know, if they made it safer for the users and the bus, I know it's a bus route as well, and I believe that if some work was carried out there to get the drainage right and to prevent the issues of bogging and stuff in certain spots, we could solve a lot of issues there. So,
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Little.
Yes, Madam Mayor. As part of the reason why the residents of Whittaker Road did the petition is the speed that people use that road for. It is used as a bit of a shortcut to get from Old S Road North through to the Nanango waste transfer facility. So they believe that if it had been bitumened, or it would be bitumened, that it would be safer, especially with the amount of traffic that uses it as a shortcut as well, and the speed that they travel along that road. And with it being a school bus route, yeah, they just wanted to make sure that they could at least be considered for a bitumen upgrade at some time in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments, discussion? Ready to vote and put to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 13.5, and this is on page 884. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council advise the applicant. Council offers an objection to the permanent closure of Steinhart's Road. Council offers no objections to the permanent road closure of a section of an adjoining unnamed road reserve of Steinhart's Road, Leafdale, Queensland, with reference to attachment 1, proposed permanent road closure section, and attachment 2, map of general area. And 3, Council has no current plans for future use of these sections of road reserve and has no objection to the permanent road closure given the nature of the dam strengthening works the applicant intends to undertake and the potential impact these works will have on the existing road reserves. And 4, should the Department of Resources approve the proposed permanent road closure, that there be no cost to Council associated with the road closure. So that is the recommendation. So does someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion? Councillor Sander.
just on the map on page 886, it details the, like you got Steinhart's Road coming down, so the objection that council has is to the closure of that section of Steinhart's Road. But council has no objection to shutting the, basically it's a goats track between Steinhart's Road and Wandai-Proston Road, which is an unnamed road. So there's no objection to that closure. And that came about due to the impact on that section. Well, two reasons. One is dogs, wild dogs that travel up through there, and he has, the resident has sheep in the paddock that the dogs are attracted to. He's got mesh fencing all the way around, so and that's one reason he'd like to close that, so that the dogs can't travel up that goats track. And also it's now been impacted by a dam that he's risen the wall on. So we went out and had a look at it. We met with the owner, and it was determined that would not have much of an impact to shut that road permanently, but the Steinhart's Road was not discussed. So.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, questions? You ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.6 on page 888. So this one is the Badooma Homestead Caretaker's Cottage. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council re-roof the Badooma Homestead Caretaker's Cottage with surplus funds from the existing Badooma Homestead re-roof project. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, second by Councillor Sander. Discussion. Councillor Height.
Just to add to that it's always good news when a project comes in under budget, and if we're able to re-roof that caretaker's cottage, which has been causing issues, and if you have a lot of leaks in roofs, you're going to get white ants, you're going to get all sorts of other dramas if you're getting water into the cottage. So to me it seems sensible, let's re-roof it whilst we've got the builder out there, or roofer, and especially as we have the funds from a project coming in under budget. So to me it sounds like a good option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.7 on page 890. And this one is the application for funding under the Community Heritage of the Community Sustainability Actions Grant Program. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council apply for a grant under the Community Sustainability Action Grants Program, Round 9 Heritage Conservation Works Project category for repairs to Badooma Homestead. Someone like to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Height. Discussion? So, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Height.
It's always an interesting challenge because Badooma Homestead is a beautiful property, but unfortunately costs an awful lot to maintain and restore. As you know, we're a council that's working on back to basics. We're trying to make our region very livable and reduce the rates that we charge to our residents. And then on the other hand, we need to spend money to maintain this lovely facility. So if we can get some grants from Heritage, or this is Community Sustainability Action Grants, heritage conservation is really important that we're able to access grants, because I think it's a little unfair for the residents of the state to enjoy these lovely heritage buildings without them contributing to the cost, and it's unfair that our ratepayers should have to foot the bill. So certainly in favour of applying for any grants we can to maintain this lovely facility.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion? Okay, so we're ready to vote and put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 13.8, the RSPCA lease surrender on page 962. So I don't have 962 for some reason. Anyway, I'll read the officer's recommendation from the screen. So the South Bennett Regional Council Number 1, resolve that the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, known as RSPCA, surrender the lease and cease operations of the animal management facility at Warren Trust Drive, Kingaroy, on the 1st of July 2025. And number 2, accept the gifting of the RSPCA capital improvements undertaken on the site during the course of their lease and enter these assets into Council's Building Assets Registry. And number 3, to operate the facility to be known as the South Burnett Animal Management Centre from the 1st of July 2025. Costs to operate the facility to be discussed and budgeted for in the 25-26 budget deliberations. So this is a big change for our South Burnett Regional Council, and I think it's unfortunate that the RSPCA has decided to withdraw from their operations in Kingaroy, but I think that this is a good alternative, and so I'd like to call for someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. So, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to bring it to the community's attention that in the financial implications, for the 12-month period, it was over $500,000 that we're paying to the RSPCA to run that facility. I know there's been talk in the community that council's done the wrong thing by them, but council was not the one that actually said goodbye to them. They said goodbye to us. They decided not to renew their lease with the council. But in saying that, I would like to thank them for the many years of support in our community, because many of us have purchased their babies there. And I have my little girl Zena to thank for the RSPCA. Yes, my children, she is my baby, and she may be my favourite child. But just saying, I really want to thank the RSPCA for everything they've done in our community so far.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Deneen.
Yes, this probably wasn't a huge surprise, but I'm really delighted with the response we've had from our staff and our councillors as to where we can go with this, because it's such an important service in our area. I do have some RSPCA babies myself, and it's absolutely key, and we're going to continue to run this facility. It's going to be run very well in common, and we're looking at exactly how we're going to do that, and I'm really looking forward to the positive impacts this is going to have with our community, the volunteers that we will still need to engage, and the staff that will be engaged to continue this wonderful service. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to Manager Simon for his support and understanding, and I think most of us are on the same page with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. So I'm not sure who had the light on. Was it Deputy Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I think so.
Before Councillor Hyde? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Jane.
Mayor, I didn't turn her off. I'm just a little concerned in the wording of the motion. Because I think from workshops, we are actually going to be running the facility currently, and we are going to be looking at options. So this actually reads to me as if we are going to be running. It doesn't actually say in there that we're going to be looking at alternate, whether it's the best thing or whether we do partner with another organisation. Should that, I'm just questioning, should that be in the wording of that?
Through the Mayor, if I may. Look, yes, I think you are right, Councillor. Maybe we do need to clarify that more clearly in terms of options. What we are doing as staff is we're in very good discussions with the RSPCA. They are being very helpful in the transition. It is the intention, with the support of council and the officers and staff, that we will certainly take the facility over, ensure absolutely that all animals are fully cared for, no animal is left in any distress, and all animals we will do our best to rehome and house. We want to adopt, where possible, no euthanasia unless the animal is clearly very sick or a dangerous animal. We are moving into a process over the next 6 months of assessing. We will operate from day one, which will be the 1st of July. Everything will be done very, very professionally and effectively. I have staff that are very geared up and want to do this very, very well. But you are right, we will still be looking at options as to whether during that 6 months, whether council fully run it, partially run it, whether we work with adoption agencies. It probably will be a combination, but again, that is a decision for you as councillors. We're just going to make certain it's run very efficiently from the 1st of July.
So should the wording, through you, with your advice, Mr. CEO, should there be some wording added to that, just that we, we will be partnering with, because I just don't think that council have the experience to do the rehoming of animals, and we, as Manager Simon indicated earlier, we will be needing to partner with organisations to do that rehoming.
So we haven't decided that
Mayor, if I may just answer the direct question, is this resolution has a specific purpose that as of the 1st of July we will be running the thing. Now, whether we have a partner or not, they'll be explored in future options, as Simon just said, but this resolution is for, as of the 1st of July, council is running that site. Now, whether we partner with someone going forward, that doesn't change the fact that effectively and legally as of the 1st of July, it's ours. So I'm not arguing your point, Council. It's just that's probably a different report or a different resolution.
All right, thank you.
So Deputy Mayor Jane, you're happy to retain the wording as is?
Yes.
Councillor Councillor Height, did you have your light on before Councillor Sander? Sorry.
Okay.
Councillor
Anyway,
Height.
There's been a bit of talk in the media about this, but as you know, this was forced upon us because the RSPCA decided to not renew the lease. But I am actually looking forward to it because it was costing us an awful lot of money. We were spending money doing the capital improvements out there, plus paying the RSPCA over $500,000 a year. We have got to look at, it's one of the things we wanted to do as a council, is examine everything we're doing to see if it's the most efficient and effective, and I think this is a good opportunity. I do ask that the community be a little bit patient with us because we have got to feel our way in doing a new operation, and as Councillor Erkins mentioned, we may partner with other organisations going forward, but we will be responsible for it. We will do our best job, and we will also try and ensure that it is effectively cost effective and the best use of resources to manage it going forward, and at the same time that animals are treated humanely.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Sander.
I just agree totally with what Councillor Height just said. She stole the words actually, but I also, we were it was dropped on us, but as a council we were looking at saving costs or cutting costs across the region anyway with some certain things. We said, I believe in all of our election campaigns, we said about wastage, trying to remove and reduce that. And I believe that paying someone that $550,000 plus doing the upkeep on the buildings and everything like that, I believe that this is a cost-cutting exercise. It will be a cost-cutting exercise for the region anyway, and it will be good. It'll be a positive outcome. The community, I hope, will see the difference, and it'll be a positive for the community moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to reassure the community as well that we do have a staff member with 25 years experience in working within animal management who is on staff and will be helping to facilitate any of those animal movements around the place and the care of those animals at our facility.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Absolutely agree, and 100% agree with all sentiment around the table. Though, thank you, what Councillor, particularly Councillor Potter said, that we thank the RSPCA for their work over the many years with our animals across our region, and look forward to this new era where the South Bennett Regional Council will be managing that facility known as South Bennett Animal Management Centre from the 1st of July 2025. And as Councillor Little said, we have some very, very experienced staff that know all about animals and managing animals, and we look forward to working with them to get some fantastic outcomes for our animals into the future. So any other comments, questions, ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, sorry. So that was Councillor Deputy Mayor Jane has left the room. So that was 6-0. 6-0. Okay, so we're moving on to questions on notice. Item 14.1 on page 969, which is a Tobinga expansion. So this was a question on notice from Councillor Danita Potter. And it is, where is this at? Are discussions still to be had with the expansion of Tobinga Cemetery? Councillor Potter there's a response document here. Are you happy with the response?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter has moved that. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Any discussion? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 14.2 on page 971, trees on Haley Street. And that question on notice was from Councillor Deb Deneen. How long will the cultural significance report on the Haley Street trees take to be completed? And so would you like to move that you happy with that response, Councillor Deneen?
Yes, probably, but it doesn't say how long until it's completed. It's the quotes are going to be in by the end of June, but I guess that's how it is, isn't it? And we just have to wait till that report's done. So thank you. Yes.
Did you want to move that the receiving of that question?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Deneen's moved it, seconded by Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander.
Further to that question, can I ask a question on notice on a question on notice?
I'll refer to the CEO, Mark.
Can we also, along with that, can we get the expense that cultural significance report is going to cost?
Yeah, we can. Do you want it on notice, or would you circulate it once we receive it?
I'd like the public to actually see what it's costing us for these cultural awareness programs and reports.
Okay, we'll take it a question. So it's cost for cultural assessment.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor. Sorry. So Deputy Mayor Jane has returned to the room. So it's been moved by Councillor Deneen and seconded by Councillor Potter that the response to the question regarding trees on Harley Street raised by Councillor Deb Deneen be received and noted. So we're ready to vote on that one, and then we'll just note the question on. We've got the question on notice from Councillor Sander. Any other discussion? No more questions about this particular item. Are we happy to endorse the response to the question on notice for Councillor Deb Deneen? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And Councillor Sanders' question on notice has been noted to be brought back to the next general meeting of council.
It won't be the next general meeting, Mayor. It'll just depend on when the quotes come in, because we'll supply the information as soon as we have the answer.
Okay, so
we're waiting on the quotations now. So yeah.
You happy with that, Councillor Sander?
Yeah, it'll be the July or August one once the job's proceeded.
So it'll be once it's completed. Thank you. Okay, so the next item is question on notice memorandum waste transfer facility on page 972. And this one here was Councillor Linda Little. When will it be completed and ready for the residents of that area to use? Councillor Little, are you happy with the response? And did you want to move that your question on notice be received?
Yes, Mayor, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Councillor Height.
Yeah, just like to add to that. In a perfect world, it would be lovely to have all of our waste transfer centres open, but unfortunately, due to the state legislation, we have to work towards having them gated and more security there because of people doing the wrong thing and dropping off asbestos and things. I have been working with Manager Darcy on this, and we will be rolling out the process of local residents having either a swipe or a PIN code to access that. The important thing is that we need to publicise that, and I think there will be a call flute outside where people do need to, local residents and people who use that transfer station, need to come into council and fill in the application to get a swipe card, pay the bond to have that card, and then they can use that. But of course, once the gate's shut, if you haven't got a card or a PIN, you can't use it until you go to council. So when you see the notice saying you need to go and get the swipe card and call in at a council office, please do that. Don't just consider that it's going to keep staying open, because it will get shut and will be managed. The other thing to note is that the swipe card will be time dated, and then there's cameras. Therefore, if somebody swipes their card and goes in and does the wrong thing, like drop off asbestos or drop the wrong things, we can actually track them. So it is important that people do the right thing, or they will get into some strife. And it is hoping that we can manage waste, because it's a complete headache. Waste is the huge amount of waste we as a society generate, and having to manage that. And I am hoping that there will be a recyclable bin there, as in every waste transfer, because we are trying to encourage our residents to put more waste into recyclable rather than into the ground, because it costs us a lot of money. So there's always plenty of challenges with waste transfer. So I'd like to say I'm looking forward to it being shut, but I don't know that I can go that far. I actually enjoy having the fact that it's open, but we've got to work with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Yes, it is challenging. I remember when the community was really excited when we left it open, the gates open, and they looked after it beautifully. And now we're having to, unfortunately, because of the whole dealing with waste and I'm thinking going forward that all of our small transfer stations will end up being gated with some type of swipe card. So it's just the way of the future and now, which is unfortunate, but we've got to manage, as Councillor Hyde said, our waste going forward, and there's all sorts of risks with asbestos and all sorts of things. So that's why we've had to do this with the Memorandum waste transfer facility. So are we ready to vote on this? Oh, Councillor Sander.
Yeah, I just also want to point out that these, Mayor, you said it, but it's not the council that are making these regulations. We got legislation that we've had enforced upon us from the state. So it's not like when you go out and you want to attack one of the councillors over their dumping, like gated, it's not us.
So, thank you, Councillor Sander, but it also it points to the fact that Councillor Sanders had all sorts of issues with Cloyner transfer station, with the asbestos there. It's costing council a lot of money to remove that asbestos. That's the kind of stuff that causes this to have to happen. Going forward, there's all sorts of things going to have to change at Cloyner, because we can't just continue to let those facilities be exposed to all sorts of risk. So, yeah, going forward, that'll probably have to happen with the Cloyner one as well. So thank you for raising that. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving into the confidential section. And so the reason why we're going into confidential is we've got a number of items. So 16.1, financial hardship rates application assessment number 10632 333 000 -000. Item 16.2, sale of land for overdue rates and charges report May 2025. Item 16.3, cleaning contract for Kingaroy Buildings and Facilities. Item 16.4, award of contract number SBRC Q2425_134 for the pavement rehabilitation works major mechanical repairs program 2024-25. Item 16.5, quote SBRC Q24/25_10 replace water trucks 2025 and 2026. Item 16.6, quote SBRC Q24/25_104 replace sweeper truck 2044. Item 16.7, quote SBRC Q24/25_22, replace MR tilt/tip truck 2021. Item 16.8, quote SBRC Q24/25_12, replace 2 MR tipper trucks 2012 and 2018. Item 16.9, SBRC Q2425_100, purchase and removal of scrap metal. Item 16.10, SBRC 2425_20, green waste processing at waste facility sites. Item 16.11, organisational structure and organisational development plan. And item 16.12, EBA update 6. So they're the items of reason to move into confidential. So I'll ask that someone that we move into confidential. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back everyone to the general meeting of the May Council. And I'd like someone to move that we come back out into ordinary, what is that called? Ordinary meeting. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first one is the EBA update on page 77, and the officer's recommendation is that the report be received for information. Would someone move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, so we welcome back. So just for the those listening, Deputy Mayor Jane, Councillor Heath and Councillor Deb stepped out for that particular EBA discussion because of conflict of interest. So we're moving on to item number 16.1 on page 4. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approve a short-term payment arrangement for 3 months of $150 per fortnight starting on the 1st of June 2025 for assessment number 10632-00000-000. Number 2, the Chief Executive Officer be delegated authority to negotiate a suitable payment plan to start from the 1st of September 2025, depending on the outcome of a potential lump sum payment from the property owner. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put any discussion, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 16.2, sale of land for overdue rates and charges, report May 2025 on page 7. And the officer's recommendation is that pursuant to section 1402 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the South Bennett Regional Council resolves to sell the land described below in Schedule 1 for overdue rates and charges, and number 2, that Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer its power to take all further steps under Chapter 4, Part 12, Division 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to effect sale of the land, including, for the avoidance of doubt, the power to end sale procedures. Someone to move the recommendation? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Just wanted to note that that's, we're disappointed to see so many on this list, but hopefully going forward we can get some good outcomes with some payment plans. Deputy Mayor Jane?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I just want to remind ratepayers that if they are falling behind, they're having issues, to please contact council. There are options available to them, and we really do not want to see council selling anyone's land, but we do have a responsibility to our other ratepayers. So if they're having issues, they should definitely contact council staff. They're only too happy to work with them.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is the 16.3, the cleaning contract on page 13. So, Councillor Potter?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to lay this one on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Jane. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. The next item is 16.4, award of contract on page 15. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award contract number SBRC Q2425_134 to Fulton Hogan for the pavement rehabilitation works major mechanical repairs program 2024-25 to the value of $499,637.70 excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the contract including any additional scope, and that the works are to be undertaken in the 25-26 financial year. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 16.5 on page 19. So Councillor Sander. Sorry, I'll just read the officer's recommendation. That's the South Bennett Regional Council purchased from Daimler Trucks Sunshine Coast 2 Fuso Shogun FV74 TT1 water trucks for $668,352 excluding GST. The expected delivery date is approximately December 2025. This can change depending on units available at the time of order. So that's the recommendation.
Yeah, I'd just like to move a motion that we leave this one lay on the table there until seeking further information.
So that's been moved by Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 16.6 on page 31. And this one is, the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchase from Mike Trace Engineering 1 Isuzu FVD 165-300 1700L 6.5 cubic metres for $423,511.49 excluding GST. The expected delivery date is approximately December 2025 and this can change depending on units available at the time of order. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little?
Mayor, can I also move a motion that this one lay on the table seeking further information as well, please?
So this is a sweeper truck. General Manager Aaron, I just wanted to make sure that's with the timing. Is there an issue with that one?
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor, so it'd be council's.
Okay, at our discretion. Okay, so Councillor Sander has moved it. So we're just letting everyone know that there's no debate on this. Deputy Mayor Jane has seconded that. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? So all those in favour again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against. That's been carried 5 votes to 2. So Councillor Potter and Councillor Dineen voted against that one. So the next item is item 16.7 on page 43. And this one is the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchased from Daimler Trucks Sunshine Coast 1 Fuso Fighter 1124 Fassi crane for $205,770.90 excluding GST. The expected delivery date is approximately October 2025. This can change depending on units available at the time of order. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? You ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next one is item 16.8 on page 52. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchase from Black Truck and Ag Toowoomba 2 Isuzu FVD 165-300 for $539,599.28 excluding GST. The expected delivery date is approximately January 2026. This can change depending on units available at the time of order. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, you've got your light on?
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion that this one lay on the table too.
So Councillor Sanders moves that this lay on the table. That's been seconded by Councillor Dineen. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. The next one is item 16.9 on page 62. And this one is, officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council establish a 3-year contract for the purchase and removal of scrap metal with Blue Dog Recycling Proprietary Limited, commencing 30th of June 2025. Someone to move that? So this was on the table. So this was, so Councillor Sander?
Can I also move a motion that this one lay on the table too, Mayor?
So Councillor Sanders moved that this one lay on the table. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So Councillor Dineen has voted against that. So that one was carried. 6 votes to 1. Councillor Dineen. So the next item is item 16.10 on page 67. Sorry, 64. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council establish a 3-year contract for green waste processing with Queensland Mulching. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the final one is item 16.11 on page 66. And that one there is that South Bennett Regional Council adopt the draft functions map and departmental structure with the proposed structure to be circulated to relevant unions and council staff for feedback prior to final adoption at the June ordinary meeting of council. And number 2, we note that the draft organisational development plan will be presented to the June ordinary meeting of council for consideration. Someone to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And we're finished at 3 minutes to 4, and we need to be finished by 4. So thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for those still listening, and thanks to the senior staff and CEO Mark, and also Helen doing a fantastic job. Thank you.